wavering emotions. Suppressed desires.
Live.
Inventory full. 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 Energy low. Energy critical. Energy low. Energy low.
Hello, Mr. Fix.
Hello. What you building?
A new road ship.
You don't read your chat?
Oh, fuck, sorry.
And
I'm concentrating. Sorry, dude. I'm thinking about using Epstein drives also as side thrust.
oh, it becomes massive at that point. Just saying.
Yeah, I know. It's already massive, so...
But you definitely don't want to use junctions. You need to use armored conveyor.
Well, I'm gonna have...
At least a couple of layers in.
They are gonna be covered in... they're gonna be covered in buster blocks. Because I need all the directions.
Yeah, but what I meant, okay, I understand. But, you know, behind the thruster, if you lose the thruster, you need to be one or two straight armored ones.
Okay.
And I would actually use not the armored conveyor, but the buster block conveyor behind, like guns, thrusters and stuff. That's way more dense. Like if you look at the buster and you scroll, if you get the conveyor, you would see the integrity of that one is insane. But it's only straight.
Oh, fucking hell, dude.
Yeah. Yeah, but that would be the one you put just under the gun.
Yeah.
You see? Same with just under the thruster if you can. Because the integrity of it, but it's also but it's also buster, so if it gets destroyed it doesn't leave scrap.
Yeah. I didn't even know there was a buster block conveyor.
Yeah. Now trying to help. To be honest, I use conveyors everywhere when I build, and I change them afterward. I you know, so don't worry about it per se, you know, straight away, but you need to think about it like in the front. If it's going to be a roacher, most people use one or two buster block arm, you know, the conveyor behind the welder.
Yeah.
And you would try to use not the armor conveyor, so not the conveyor junction, but the other one, because it has a.
Yeah,
No,
but
those
that
have
is the
more.
only one that is the X one, right? But like I lose.
No, yeah, there is X and T and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But behind the grinders in the front, you can use those. They're still strong. But I understand you would use junction and stuff more towards the middle because they're lighter.
Yeah, but
Take
also
the weight a
like
bit down,
they
and
have
they.
they have
Yeah.
that extra directional, right?
Yeah. Like I even have light armor in my warship, my roadshirt.
Okay.
So further into the ship, yes, use a conveyor junction. You know, because you're gonna need to have multiple paths of like. You see between the thruster in the back? I would even connect those together somehow a couple of layers in case you lose, get a lucky shot that takes out the conveyor just behind the, you know.
I got 4 redundant conveyors. But I can see you would like put conveyors like all the way over here.
No, one in case you get a lucky shot. The outer one would be the buster block, and I would have one like going straight across, just as like if you get a shot further forward, you wouldn't lose that thruster because it would be conveyed through the other ones.
Ah, I know what you mean. So this one, you are gonna delete this one and put a buster block in.
Yeah. You cannot do all 4. Careful so you don't lose. And you remember what I said about loops?
Yeah.
You need to have loops in our roacher ship.
Oh
You need
yeah, I
Yeah.
got redundant stuff. Like
The only thing I don't redundant, if I can, is actually the cargo.
yeah. I have 2 lines like like let's say the reactors, they are like connected to both or 2 lines minimum. So that, yeah.
But further into the ship, yes, I would use conveyor junction because they're lighter than the rest. Because weight does matter for how fast you can fly. And you know about the laser block?
Yeah. The one with holes in them.
Yeah, I would use that behind the buster.
Yeah.
Or even use that as the outer layer and use buster behind that.
Okay, I'm gonna wait for this. Yeah, but I was like thinking about putting an Epstein drive here.
Yep.
Here as a side thruster.
Okay. I'm gonna log in. Because the thing is, I don't know if you've noticed, but if you have like that thruster, you cannot cover so good.
Yeah, I know.
So it's gonna be exposed. You know?
Yeah, I was also
like-
thinking about using like the normal ones and have them inverted so that the ones on this side goes inward and the ones on the other side goes the other way, so they are kind of internal in this area here.
Yep.
But yeah.
But you can't. But you know you can cover except the center of thruster
These ones?
outside. Yeah.
Okay.
Just put OTS on a survival kit. I could come over, spawn my ship so you could see what I mean.
There you go.
I'm logging in, so it's taking a little time. Spawn in my roaching ship so you can take down. We can turn off the
But
shielding.
it was also my idea to do this cavity here in the back. fill that up with small thrusters like all over. But then I thought that's gonna make it weak as fuck. So
You know you can do a laser block on top of a thruster, small one.
no.
Like turn off your build and repair. Just so you can place like a normal thruster and small one, and if you find a laser block, you could use the hole for the laser block to cover top of the small thruster. And you're definitely on a roaching ship, you want to use the armored thruster.
So you wouldn't use these Epstein drive to forward thrust at all?
Yeah, I would, but maybe
Okay.
not that many.
Well, it's gonna be a pretty heavy ship, so I wanted the extra thrust.
Yeah, that's why I'm just spawning at your place, so you could, I could park mine beside yours, take off the shield so you could see
Okay.
whatever we can see. Not to copy, but to give ideas.
Yeah, of course.
I'm not afraid of you copying. That's not, but it's... Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna see yours before I continue.
Be aware I still have a shield.
Yeah, as you can see.
Careful, I'm still moving. Those are maybe not showing flames, but they're still burning far out.
But you have 6 of them.
Yep. But you see how there. I'm standing still now. Yep.
I only
you
have,
see that-
I only have 4.
Yeah, but this is an expensive ship. It has, prosonic stuff inside. Assembler and O2. But you see how I could cover the Epsteins?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and look at how much you can cover on the... This is a normal one. And if you look at my sides, you barely can, thrusters are... Side?
And you have like small thrusters, like, yeah, okay.
Yeah. You see how far they are buried in?
Yeah. Okay.
And you see I do have on top and bottom, I have silversmith.
Yeah, okay.
But you see they are covered by the guns also, so you would nearly have to have a straight in shot. There's not that big of a angle you can shoot in. Come in here. Go the white marker. You see there is like... If I take out blocks here, it wouldn't be that far to the rear thrust.
Okay. But
But
I can
the
see you
inter-
also use the conveyors as like buster block protection.
Yeah. And in the front it's like, that's chock-a-block and gyros.
Yeah.
Let me find a better grinder here.
No, don't start grinding. I understand. I get it.
No, yeah, but I could show you the internal forward if I have a better grinder. See, this is light armor. Buster block. Because it's towards the side and, you know. There's some hidden features behind here. I use my batteries, actually a bit like armor. But I definitely use something else as armor. I'm gonna hack into my ship to show you. Yeah, it's gonna be a couple of layers. But it's okay, it's gonna be repaired once I go to Roaches, like in instantly repair.
You can start your protection right and blueprint.
Yeah, even if I don't put the stuff back, it's like the ship probably has enough to build your shit. Did you see this?
You got a
This is-
station gyro.
No, that's not station gyro. That's just a big gyro.
Yeah, base gyro. Yeah.
Yeah, those are so much more heavy and better that you could actually, you know, and there's so much more integrity. If you come in here, you have to go nose first to get through. Head first. You see with your welder, the white ones here?
Yeah.
Those are interior passageway just to get
Yeah.
block
Stop.
density.
You don't have to grind it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And I have thrusters both ways here.
Ah.
Because then you just need 3, you know?
Yeah. For small thrusters.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah,
I
you
thought it was
yeah.
only 2.
No, it's 3.
Okay.
It's 2.5.
Okay.
Just, but like my ship, you saw it doesn't even have connector. You know?
Yeah.
And the reason for that is I just put the connector on when I need it. Get out. You would see that I just grind here. And behind here is a... See?
Yeah.
I put a long arm and I put the connector. I have a bar on board anyway, so...
Why do you have these? Why do you have these Ganymede force fields?
To extend the shield.
Uh-huh.
So I can have shield fit 0.
Okay.
You you get a way stronger ship that way, but it is science to where you put them. It's
Okay.
not random. Like I tried to put them
No,
like
I can see you have them in the middle, in the middle of the
Yeah.
ship, right? And to the back.
yeah, but that's because that's the widest part.
Yeah.
I have none in the front.
Oh, and you use the blast door corners, the blast doors.
And the tire.
Yeah. Ah.
The tire is for so you don't. It stops a bit of the glitching through,
Yeah.
and you can bump a bit harder.
Where do you have your grinders? How many blocks in are they?
One here, behind here.
Yeah. Okay.
See there?
Yeah. So the blast doors there. Oh fuck! I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, I get less radius. I lose my grinders less.
Yeah.
So they are placed like, and you see I don't have them on the outer layer. I only have like, but I didn't want to have them here, so I.
And the blast door have like a shit ton
Energy
of integrity.
Yes, but it has a different collision. You could use Buster Block, or armor, but it seemed to have a different collision.
Yeah, I
More than
used
anything else.
I used buster blocks and then one heavy armor plating, or panel
Yeah.
thing.
And like you've seen other people, they bury their, T3 here really deep,
Yeah.
but mine are only one in.
Yeah, mine were also one in. And you still have do you use the maglocks in the front?
Yeah, I use them all the time.
And
And the
there's no
reason
there's
for
no problem with that.
They used to be. I haven't seen it
Okay.
the last times. But you see, I would have room for way more, but I don't have. That's the tigers.
Crouching tiger.
Yeah, they do. They chew through a ship. They're fixed.
Yeah.
I didn't want to go all laser in the front.
I was actually thinking about slapping for 4 of those T4 lasers in front of the sun.
Yeah, but you see, I also have here. Even those are. You see how those are covered with half blocks?
Yeah.
So it's only.
Yeah.
That's like my cannons for.
That's actually quite clever.
Yeah. And behind the camera, there is another camera.
So if you lose one, you got a backup.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought that, letting you look a bit better here would give you some ideas.
Yeah.
And like if you look,
How
if
many
you look inside,
besides the base gyro? How many gyros do you have?
2. I only have those 2. I think 2 or 4. I
Energy
just have the base.
critical.
I don't have the normal one.
Okay.
But if you look at the thrusters, there's even passageway. Like did you stick your head in?
You use the passages as like a cover, well, as integrity instead
Yeah,
of
but
just
come here.
empty space.
See in the front where I'm at? See, this is laser block,
Yeah.
laser block,
Yeah,
and then passageway to lighten the load, how heavy the ship is.
Yeah.
Because it's not always about being heavy armor all the way.
Yeah, so I'm actually thinking about slapping 2 more of these silver thingies like on the back. Now that I see you have 6.
Yeah. Have you seen this, John? What this does? If I turn it off, I'm not.
Deck gun.
Okay, it doesn't show. Okay. You able to look at my stream? It doesn't show you. But if you look at my stream, put it up there.
Yeah. Ah. Okay. Fucking hell, dude.
Yeah. And the 203 here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 30 is better. But the reason the deck gun is not that high of a caliber, but it actually hits a lot of the time if you have moving NPC. So the deck gun that I have here is more for smaller NPC.
Yeah, okay.
Like you know, when you get what are they called? Sting babies and stuff like that, the small grid ones. Those would chew those up even when they're flying fast, because they can turn around so fast. But they're not efficient at all, neither the deck gun or the 203 here, for PvP. Just saying.
Yeah, well, I'm
It's
not gonna do PvP. I only do PvE.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good shit, dude.
So this is one meta of doing it, you know, and it's not necessarily the best. It's just one of the ways of doing it. And I would argue there is a totally different way of doing it, and I think I'm just gonna save this if you. Oop. And I'm gonna load in a different one. And here's a totally different meta. Mind you, this is a bit less shield because it looks nicer. It's not meant for max shield. Shit, I did a mistake. You know what my mistake was? I hanged a ship that I unhanger in Roach without putting the shield back on.
Oh.
Now I have to remember to.
Yeah, that you showed me this one yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is totally different meta, and it has a totally different, like, way less armor. But it only is its power is by sheer numbers of thrusters.
Yeah.
But this would be more similar to your size. Pretty sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely putting 2 more silver thingies on the back here.
This is not meant as an expensive quick ship. This is a slow but really inexpensive ship. This is for size comparison, so you can see. Of course, it's.
Mine is gonna be a little bit longer.
Yeah, but I'm still not. If I go. Something like that.
But I'm definitely gonna steal some of your ideas, dude. If that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. This one is not mean. This one is on the workshop. you know. This you could go and look at IRS post those. No, I didn't. I showed you so you could, you know, see, look, and you know, and actually do take some of the ideas.
Yeah, well, I'm definitely gonna take the laser hole thing idea for small guns, so I don't have to have them all like internally. I'm definitely gonna do the buster block thing. I'm pretty sure. Well, the blast door thing.
Yeah, this one does not have this. This is only heavy armor. But like this one has a way tighter grinding area, so you grind faster, but a way smaller area.
Yeah.
One thing you should have a look at on this one that maybe you want to see. Where did you go?
I'm back at my ship.
Yeah. If you look at the front, you would see I have a front camera,
Yeah.
but I also have a top camera. And I have a further back camera.
Why?
Because this is an inexpensive ship, there isn't that much armor, because else it would be too heavy to move. So he just, you know, put more camera. And he has like a plugin so you could switch camera, but it gives you a different, like you lose the front one, you can still use the top one. Kind of deal.
Yeah.
Redundancy. But to be honest, I really liked how he did the seats on the connector. Because it makes it so much easier to connect. You just look down and it moves according to your flight seat then.
I actually used that on my
Transport ship.
no, my mining ship.
Yeah.
Upgrade module. What? Base gyro. Yeah, I'm totally gonna have a base gyro, 100%.
Yeah. But you want the modules to face the front if you can. Because the actually elite modules,
Yeah.
the modules for the base gyro, is per block the best armor you can have.
Okay.
If you look at the integrity of those, it's insane.
Yeah, but you want the elite upgrade modules, right?
Yeah. And if you look at the integrity of those, it's insane. How much it is integrity-wise.
Yeah.
I've taken so much damage where I have my gyros. Like really insane amount of damage before I even, you know, lose them. You would basically have a big hole before you lose a module.
I need 2 of those.
There's room for 4 modules on each gyro. One base gyro is equal to approximately 50 normal gyros. Same mark than you put the modules on.
Okay,
Make any sense?
Yeah. What they actually do is quite big.
Yeah. But the good thing with it, and that's why I have so many of them, is when I maglock, the NPC is not able to twist me that easy because
Oh,
I
yeah,
have more gyro
yeah.
than them.
Oh, that's really clever.
Yeah. So if I'm gonna go like, okay, I have a Logitech mouse that I can adjust the sensitivity. But if you don't have that, you're gonna need to adjust the sensitivity down if you're gonna use like the mag cannon to shoot at longer range, because else you're not gonna be able to be precise enough because of the power of the gyro.
Yeah. I'm definitely gonna slap a couple of those on.
Your size, I would think too, would be good.
Yeah.
Better be overpowered a bit.
Yeah, well, like the NPCs can like flip you around. That's fucking awesome.
They still can though, some of the bigger
Energy
ones, but
low.
you know, I'm hunting the big stuff.
Oh, that's fucking clever, dude.
And
And
per
that's
gyro,
perfect.
and
I got room right back here for them. It's like absolutely perfect.
yeah, sorry, I went for a røykepause.
You really came online at the perfect timing, dude. Fucking hell. Oh fuck, I turned my build and repair off. Can I turn it on again?
Yeah, yeah. As you can see, there is a lot of people on this server that's willing to share, willing to, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, but like...
But when it comes to PvP, there is some couple of stuff that's not gonna be shared.
Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna
But-
do PvP, like, never ever.
You should though.
Nah, like, I'm really not good enough.
You get there.
And I hate losing my shit more than I hate losing, so yeah, no.
Yeah, but if you can go with the shit that costs 3k, 3.5, 4k, you know? And you can get out for every tick with 5k. Why wouldn't you
Inventory
just use it
full.
as
Inventory
like
full.
a one-time toothbrush or like a paper cup or something, you know? Especially if you like, you know, if you have a throwaway ship, 3k, and you go there with 4 ships, you're bound to take out more than you came with at cost. But my take on that, going to Roach, is one thing. But going to Koth, it's actually easier to go with a, you know, blueprint ship.
Yeah.
Because you're not the same attachment to it at that point.
Yeah.
And it's more like a throwaway. In the beginning at least.
It's like, I figured out I need 120,000 exotic tech to upgrade my miners, my drills on my miner.
Do what? Sonic?
Yeah.
Yeah, not worth it. It's actually not worth it in Prosonic.
Okay.
Because the Prosonic Elias drill is just half a block more or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you cannot extend the elite ones. it does help with the smaller drills. But you could definitely put more drills on instead and get a bigger area. Mining speed is not that much more. But when you go Telerium, it's insane.
Yeah, but if I need 120,000 for like the... Yeah, okay.
It's way over 1 million exotic
Yeah, okay.
for a full set drill.
Yeah.
Set.
New
It's
plan.
like
Fucking hell, dude. Yeah. Well, my plan with this one was I needed like I needed a ship I could solo roach, and I didn't feel like I could solo roach with the first one I built.
Yep.
So,
Did you get back what you used?
The last trip we had, I got 3,000. So no.
Yeah, but in total, have you gained with it?
Yeah, I would say yes.
You wanna see my proper miner?
I think you showed me that one the other day, didn't you?
No, that was the low cost one.
Oh.
I'm talking about the, you know, bling bling one.
The bling bling one.
The one I never use. Just saying.
Why?
Just because it.
Why don't you use it?
Yeah. Because it's ridiculous, dude.
Oh, okay.
Like I have 2 billion of uranium ore in my cargo. Not gonna need to mine for a while.
Yeah, well.
How do you like those that area?
Oh, I saw this on the stream the other day.
Yeah.
So
That's like-
these are Telerian drills.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, dude.
Yeah, it's like it's still like elite reactors because you don't need more.
No. Yeah,
It's like you know, prosonic cargo, prosonic tanks, you know, Telium jump drive, you know, just because.
Holy fuck, dude. But like you also have like a lot of years on this server, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, when you can afford this one, you don't need it anymore.
Yeah, okay.
Dude, I have like 30 modules not in use, prosonic ones on my station. That's not connected to anything, you know.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So when you can build it, can't really use it. I don't need it anymore. That's like...
Yeah. That's my take on it too. It's a bit like...
That kind of sucks, dude. Doesn't it?
Yeah. I can use it. I use it sometimes for ice, dude. You know. You need lights?
I put lights on my base.
Have a look at it.
It's a it's pretty expensive work light.
No, it's not the. It's actually the lantern. It's a cheeky thing. let's turn off the normal lights. Like if I turn off all except like all my normal lights, you'd see it's still
Yeah, I meant
illuminating
like
low.
the ship using it as a work light is like a pretty expensive work light.
Yeah.
Yeah. I need to change this shit.
Yeah, but of course we need working lights, you know.
Yeah, of course. Straight.
Where did you put the gyro? Oh, there.
Yeah.
But you're putting 4 on?
Now I'm putting 2.
Oh, so you're not building in symmetry.
What do you mean?
Is that the top or the bottom? No.
No, that's the bottom. This is the bottom of the ship.
Okay. Wonder why you just didn't put one here and one on the other side then.
I mean over here.
No, like you put one here and you put one.
Oh,
Top.
it's because
So
this is what you see here is like it's all my stuff encased in buster blocks.
Yep.
So I'm only missing weapons and thrusters. All the rest is encased in buster blocks.
Because you know that a gyro in the center is gonna be more efficient.
It is gonna be like more or less in the center, because the T4 lasers is gonna stick out until like around here, right? Then they are gonna be in the middle,
Okay.
more or less. But yeah. What the fuck did I build? Oh, okay. Good stuff. Yeah.
I think the last time I went mining was before we changed universe.
Yeah, well, you probably got a lifetime of things to refine anyways, right?
I have half a year just
Yeah.
in uranium. Refining time, it's like, you know.
Yeah. I am not quite there yet, dude.
No, that's why I
Energy
just said, you know,
low.
I could refuel you in Roach and you could, you know, keep going.
Yeah.
It's not a, for me, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I was afraid that I was gonna use more uranium that I'm able to refine.
What I've done, like I've sold the other mining ship, the less cost one, it's like 800 exotic. The build cost, and I've sold, I think it's 780 or something. But there is some common tech, there is, you know, the graphene grids and stuff. And I've sold it for 800, but I give it fully fueled with 1k of uranium in the reactor and everything, you know, I don't care. Like I've even given, you know, for the tech cost, I've given out the roaching ships. And since they have 10 reactors, it probably I've given also with it, you know, 20k of uranium. You know, help out somebody who lost a ship or, you know, to get them going a bit.
Yeah, luckily I haven't lost anything yet. Oh, fuck. God damn it. I need one more.
You know the starting ship you get?
Yeah?
Okay. I slapped a reactor, an elite small reactor on it. Vanilla jump drive. A grinder in the front, and I went roaching with it. And shield components, of course.
And you survived?
Yeah, I came back after when it started to get empty of hydrogen and stuff. I think I updated one of the tanks. And I came back with 500 exotic tech. It was like more for me, it was more like a challenge, you know?
Yeah. I could understand
At that point, you could just take station that you could actually go and hand grind or, defeat easily enough. I put some lasers on it also, of course. Some weapon I needed.
Yeah.
It's amazing what you can do when you get bored.
Yeah, I hope I will be able to solo Roach with this one.
But what's your reasoning for soloing something?
Because it is now is like I'm on times where you people are not on.
Okay.
So oops. So I don't want to sit around and waiting for you guys to come online before I can go roaching.
Okay, can I ask when you're usually online and want to go roaching?
Well, I have been on for 4 or 5 hours today where there was nobody else here.
Okay, that's a usual playing time for me, just saying. Okay, do you want me to show you how to solo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we?
You don't need to go anywhere to do it. Load.
Did I forget to turn my shit on again?
Just turn off the...
No.
See the drone?
Yeah.
That's reactors, batteries, elite. Rest is vanilla and guns. And shield, of course. I turned off the shield so you could come and see. That is something I would spawn in if I'm solo. All guns set to utility, so it's only gonna shoot stuff that makes the ship move, like cockpit, remote control, AI blocks and stuff.
Yeah.
So I use that if I go solo as my helping hand. And I use it, of course, I only use it when it's like stuff that I see, oh, that's a bit big spawn. Let's just get the drone in, and you can load stuff in while you're in your cockpit. So I just, press H load, and I know which number it is because I look before I go.
So that one just shoot the roaches for you, and you can just go grind them.
Yeah, but they don't disable them. They don't aim for weaponry per se. They they shoot at their moving parts. You know, everything that makes it move. So like every 2 or 3 roadshow would actually just stay parked by the station afterward, and you can go and grind it. So I'm getting like twice the amounts of guns to actually defeat the NPC. And since it's so low cost, it's of course for you, I understand. You know, it's a bit much to have an extra, you know, elite core in there, batteries and reactors. But it is still like, this is still a movable ship, you know. But it doesn't use any tech on the moving parts. It's more for you know, Doc to actually refuel it the first time, and also to keep it still when it's in Roach. And I believe it's like 4 thruster in each direction or something like that. 2. 2.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Be right back.
Yeah.
Hello, folks. Just gone on.
Hello.
Oh, going.
Yeah, building. This is building. This is at the toilet. Straight back.
I think my audio's not working. One sec. Hello.
You hear me now?
Yep, my audio's not working.
I can hear you. Question if it's, can you hear me? One, 2, 3, testing. Can you hear me now? One, 2, 3, 4, testing. Still not able to hear me.
I'm back.
Yeah, he has a.
Hello,
The
Ocean.
other guy has a issue with his him hearing us.
Okay.
But so the clue for this to work as a defensive grid, if we can call it that, is having an antenna and a remote control, so you can turn off the guns on it by
Yeah.
remote while you're sitting in the other, so you don't blast it to pieces whenever, you know.
Yeah.
But before you start using an extra grid like that, you need to be, you know, not get so fast panicked, because you're still gonna need to get this one also out of Roach by, you know, hanger it again. 1, 2, 3, can you hear me
Hello.
now?
I think I fixed it. There we go. I can hear people.
Ah, nice.
Very,
Some
very
reason-
useful.
Video was like, you know what? We're gonna make your default thing our thing, and it's like, no, don't change my settings. What are you doing?
Is it Windows 11?
No, I think I had the same. I have the same
do
problem
have that,
with Discord
but-
now and then.
Yeah, then it's
Yeah,
Elon
no.
Musk and the guys.
I don't think they own Microsoft, so
No, it's Bill Gates, actually. But
yeah. Yeah.
I don't know, I'm getting a reminder every now and then that I need to change to Windows 11.
I actually changed to Windows 11 and I absolutely love it.
When I tested my PC for that, and it said that it wasn't
Good enough.
doesn't Yeah, it says so, but I think it's only the motherboard doesn't have the, the surveillance chip. I don't know if that's an actual thing or if it's just like it needed to, be more compatible later down the road. It would, maybe.
Let's see.
So this is, at least that's, gonna give you, like this grid that I have here. It's, I've only had one. I have never lost it. So for me, it's been like a,
Totally income.
yeah, because, if I get a Triton and I want to do it anyway, I can just load this one in and it's okay. Because it's like being two. But
Gotcha.
doing a Triton, I would actually have to repair this one afterward. But it does have a projector on board, and my Rocher is fully capable of fixing it.
I don't know if Zeph is even online.
He was online pretty late. Well,
Oh, gotcha. He
I
might be
think
asleep.
late at his time zone, right?
Gotcha. He might be asleep then.
Yeah.
Because I just flew off of the little moon base there, or whatever this planet is, Aurora, or whatever.
How is your planet base going?
That's going fine. Eventually, probably just gonna have to make a portable, like, super big ship base. And then from there, I'm thinking it might be fun to mess around with some kind of like planetary base deployer ship. So that way we can go to the PvP sector and just have something that can just be plopped down, maybe through the atmosphere. It shoots out a parachute. We get it down there, then we merge block it onto the ground or something, or maybe we just... No, not even that. We'll just get landing gears. Connect it to the ground there, make it a station, and then
What
from
you do,
there...
You want to know how
start
it's easy to
PvP
do?
wars.
You make like half the ship a station. You put a build and repair on it. You parachute it down and it has the components to finish the rest, and it has a projector on board. Because then you convert it to a station and you just like put the build and repair the projector on.
Yeah, there's that option too.
Yeah. Because at that point you could also have some thrusters that you actually grind down and recycle the components for other stuff.
Oh, computer just decided to die. What's going on? Oh, it's just loading in the asteroid, okay.
And if I would do it, I would definitely go with thrusters and a gyro. And have it like a deployable, and then you would paint, you build it instaprint, the first version of it, and thruster and the gyro is already painted red. And when you deploy it, it's like turn on the projector and build and repair, and it will take off the thrusters and, rebuild it as a station.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you only use parachutes, if you're not landing on a flat surface, you're gonna be crooked. If you have thrusters and gyros, you could always put it up to flat. Components is lighter than built parts. And then you could convert it, just build.
Yeah, I could like, you know, make it flat and then not worry about it in that sense of it too. I could just fly it down, make sure it's aligned, and then do that. But I know I'll figure it out when I get to that point. What I was initially thinking was like, you know, you send it down there, maybe give it like pistons to be able to push itself up or down, and then you just put a merge block down there. You make it level by, you know, being down there yourself, and then you just take the jack. You turn the jack down, and then it'll just merge to it.
Yeah, or just one base gyro.
Then from there, you can just build it into the ground as much as you want.
True. How do you like how I put the sign into the drone? So it's not just a cube.
What?
Yeah, did you see how I designed the features on it so it wouldn't be like flat? Or square or...
Oh, well, this looks like it's fucking awesome. I like these that you use the
beams.
beam
Yeah.
blocks, yeah. And you use use the
Half
skin
block for...
to also give like a
Yeah, used half blocks here to get like a, you know, like it's not just like a square arm. Yeah. Yeah, I used a bit of time. I don't like stuff to just be like a cube or a block, or, you know, I could make this way easier.
And I like the bubbly look that these gun towers have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even like look here. It's not just round, it's not square. It has like, you know, tiny features.
It's got like texture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish I would have done more paint job on it though. But it's still just a deployable, you know, like a throwaway thing, so we used way too much time.
Yeah. Oh fuck, I need batteries for my vape, so be right back.
This one's iron silver.
Wanna see what I was talking about? Stream what I was talking about, so you can have a look if you want to.
Just give me a bit.
I don't have oxygen.
Okay, so the S10 pistol only requires iron and nickel, so I can make explosives with iron and nickel. That's cool. I'll have to show you how nukes work sometime.
I know how they work.
Ah, gotcha. I was messing with them with shields, and because of how people have their shields, and even the NPCs, you can just blow up stuff past their shields, or even on contact. Just
Yeah,
need
I
a
know.
small warhead. So I think I'll start using those, trying to develop missiles for those.
It's a deployable drone I'm showing. You know, defensive drone.
Nice. I like the round look.
Yeah, and I put like everywhere I try to put like, you know, tiny features that gives it a bit more depth and not just, you know, like basically like this could have been like square and weird, but I had to put some features on it so it looks a bit like
Gotcha.
bit more than just a.
You familiar with the how blast door calculation works with collision damage?
Yeah.
In other words, you know that it's invincible if you connect enough of it to each other. Nice.
Yeah, you're talking about making a ram stick.
It's just interesting how the collision damage is shared. I usually build those into the frame of my ship so that way it's ram proof.
It's never ram proof though. Because there's always glitching.
There's
And
always
at some
glitching, yes.
Yeah, at some speed they glitch into your ship anyway.
Yes. But there's a chance it'll bounce out.
Yeah.
So it increases the chance of your protection.
That's why I also had tires in the front of my roaching ship. A couple of them, just because that actually does that you don't glitch that often through.
It might be worth just putting wheels there that are just turned off on park.
No, you don't need the suspension, you just need the wheel itself.
I gotcha. I just know it's like if it's a separate entity, it's just another thing that it has to go through. I won't like it. So
Like I have
it's
a
less
full,
likely to glitch into your stuff.
Like I have a full suspension, actually 2 of them on the back of my roacher, because having a subgrid also helps with desync. You could use like a piston, a rotor, a hinge, or anything in your ship, but I just use it as like if you're looking at my stream, like putting one here, and that would make it so, okay, you get a sticking out thing that actually protects a bit of your back thrusters and it's not in the way. Like, I need oxygen anyway. Let's just load in my roacher again. Just need to put on the shield anyway on it. It's more of my daily driver. If I die.
Never have seen this silver.
Just get some oxygen first. Okay. That's the front. Like this. Put the wheels in the back like this. As a sync helper. It does help for desync, glitching, but if you put like a rotor or a hinge inside, it might detach and make damage. The wheel on the outside doesn't.
So it just helps with... I don't understand the science of how it helps with desync. Is it just because it's got something else to calculate and somehow it gives priority?
Yeah, I don't know. We've done it so much that and seen the... Like if I lose my 2 tires, it actually becomes like...
Energy low.
I don't know if it's... It helps you with glitching, you know, and desync. I don't know exactly how. And where's the science behind it, but the suspension doesn't need to be turned on. It just needs... Subgrid just needs to be there.
It's probably because like it's got another hitbox versus not hitbox. It has another like when like towards voxels.
Yep.
Ow. Accidentally smashed my ship against a rock a little bit too fast there. Whoops.
And if you're doing PvE and PvP, you would appreciate what I have on my HUD.
What do you have on your HUD that's unique?
Look at the stream, you would see.
I'm looking at your stream. What's the particular thing, the format?
No, the shield. You see the right. It says like it's fortified. It says, like entity
Oh,
may
yeah,
pass. On the other side, I have like how much tech I have on board, and also if I own every block on board or not.
Gotcha. Is that something you used with like plugin loader or?
Yeah, combined with programs. So I have programming
Gotcha.
blocks running.
Gotcha. Nice.
It helps you whenever you see, oh, you have a grinder unowned,
Mm-hmm.
Here you could also see what I meant with tires in the front. It bounces you a bit better off just placing a tire. Doesn't need to be fancy, just needs to work. Auditors,
Yep.
you have a rifle?
I have a what?
Rifle in your station?
No.
Why not?
Do I need one?
Yeah, because you could shoot me now because I'm gonna respawn anyway, and that would be your first
Oh,
kill on this server.
no. I don't have a tendency to be a violent person.
Okay. I'm gonna give you the ship your first kill then. Oh, come on. Yeah. Oh, nearly. Your ship is a murder now.
Yeah, well, my station murdered you yesterday.
Oh, so it's a flock of crows. I see.
I gave him his first. I wanted to give him his first kill on the server, but he denied it.
Yeah, well, I don't need it, dude. It's like, I am somewhat of a friendly person usually, to be honest.
A friendly kill is like a desk pop. It needs to be done. At least once.
All desktops must have fence installed. All desktops must have folders.
No,
that
no,
are
not
openable, that are
not
visually
desk,
visible.
not desktop, but desktop that you shoot, you know, up in the air
Okay.
at your desk at work.
Thought that's what you do to your local governor.
No, that has a totally different word. That's called murder.
I'm just talking about a flock of crows. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, when you shoot a deer, it's still a murder. You killed an animal.
They don't have rights. Therefore, I predispose what murder is.
Okay, try telling the African government if you go kill an elephant.
Yeah.
They're not
That's
gonna
what we
agree
like to
with you.
call an endangered species. Yes. What do they charge for the same thing?
You know how they hunt endangered species every year? Not for killing the population, but just because like a old enough elephant or old enough rhinoceros can actually go and kill more of its own kind, and it needs to be taken out. That shit they should organize as like a rich man hunt, and they actually have to pay insane amount, and that money should go for conservation of the wildlife.
Manhunt. That would be a way of doing it because they have to kill them anyways.
What do you think? Do I need to go mining?
Do you need anything?
I think I'm starting to get a bit low.
Okay.
I feel a bit low. My cargo is only at 74%.
You are just flexing. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, because I think I miscounted. You know, I thought I was a bit lower than I was. You know,
Whoa, what did I hit? Really good at hitting things I shouldn't be hitting.
I'm only at 6
Ship is too fast.
billion of ore. That needs to be refined.
So what is the best single block hydrogen thruster? Is that the tech, the elite one?
Yes, but no.
Yes, but no.
For roaching or a PvP.
Or roaching?
Yeah, but it's gonna be the same one. It's gonna be the armored elite hydrogen thruster.
Okay.
And that's basically because the normal one doesn't have attachment like you cannot attach it sideways, but the armor one you can. So if you lose the block behind, it's not gonna fall off. Because it's still gonna be attached to the sides and the front. But it is a bit more heavy though. And don't forget the Rex thruster.
It's got a permanent slot on my my hotbar.
I'm having a bit of issue. I'm just gonna log off the Discord, log back in.
Energy low.
Yeah, full cargo is silver.
Okay. Let's see if you're more tech savage than I am. Sometimes Discord, even that I turned it off, it still stays on my screen like it's burned in the screen itself. But it's only like every second line. I'm wondering if any of you know how to actually fix that. Except restarting my PC.
What do you mean?
Go to Task Manager maybe and kill Discord that way. That way it kills it and then every subsidiary process
Yeah, I did
for
that.
when it's up, and it still does it.
Yeah, I shut down Discord and it's like half of Discord, like
Like
every
how
second.
are you, like you do it through like Task Manager, right? Like you right click it and then you
No, I
and
went
task.
to the you know, the arrow, so I get Discord and I right click on it and I quit Discord.
So I would just, yeah, I would try if end process doesn't, if end task doesn't work through like Task Manager, then I would try to see about pausing the entire chain of thing or trying to like end more processes attached to it. See if that's the trick. I don't know.
Because it's like now I have like this Discord is halfway burned in my second monitor, and it's like if I put something else there or look at the stream, I still have the back of the Discord. And it happens sometimes. Then again, it's getting late, I have to get up. I'm not gonna stay on that long. But it only happens on one of my monitors, where I have the Discord, not where I have the game though. option. Where you from?
Yep. United States.
Okay. So when you go and get a new passport, where do you go?
Haven't done that before, but I know how in the modern era we can find out these questions very quickly.
Wouldn't that be the same place you get an ID card?
That would be called the DMV. I don't know if that's the same place.
That's also where you get your driver's license, right?
Where you get your driver's license and your California ID if you're in California.
Yeah.
But passport is for like international, so I don't know. Well, that place deals with a lot of domestic. I don't know if they only deal in domestic or if they deal with more.
How is it in Denmark?
I go to the police station and kommunen.
I hear it's only the police station who has that.
Yeah.
Takes you over a month just to get a. You have to order in advance time to get,
Yeah.
Germany, the place where it's harder to declare sovereignty.
I'm not from Germany.
I was just thinking about Germany for some reason. I don't know.
If I wanted my secondary passport, then I would have to go to the consulate. Went to America once. Of course, when I came to the, what is it called? Checkpoint where you get into the country. Of course, got dragged into secondary there.
Smuggling.
No. Because paperwork wise, I've been into different lands army. And I've only served in one. The other one is a technical glitch kind of thing. But I got called. I have two passports. When I get age. Different countries. I got called in for both of them. And technically, I just delayed one of them because, I was still going to school. And then it didn't become obligatory anymore, so I have to go.
Yeah, well.
But, Americans, you probably, in some paperwork they had on me that, hey, he's been in 2 armies. What with this man?
He's a Russian spy.
Hello there. You just need to be in all the armies of the world at once. On active duty and just walk into a country. Then they're going to be like, how in the world are you in all these armies active at once? This does not make sense.
Our king here in Denmark had actually been in the Foreign Legion, the Rangers, the Frømandskorpset that are here in Denmark. So,
Yes. Possibly also part of other groups, which I'm not going to mention, that involve 1,000, yada yada yada. Nice little thing. Got it. Cool.
well, did you get the part that he's our king?
You mentioned king, so he declared sovereignty and he maintains his sovereignty. That's impressive.
Oh well, we got the most badass king in the fucking entire world.
Does he by chance reside in Estonia, or is he a different one?
Estonia. I'm from Denmark, dude.
No, I just know that there's another king that resides in Sweden and Estonia. They'd be kings. Kings exist. Or at least I think Sweden's the one where it actually has like a king thing going on there, if I'm not mistaken.
There's
Most
Sweden
Nordic
that has-
countries have kings, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's like, I mean, even like what, I think in the US there's like what, Providence? That's a weird group. I don't have enough information on them. Probably best I don't dig. In any case. No, but the best thing to do is to troll the government by getting on all the government watch lists and then just eat chips. So that way you waste all the money, and then you tell people to do the same, so that way you just have all this useless data being collected that somebody has to actually sift through. And then eventually one day they'll just give up because they realize that they can't do that when people just troll them too much. And then they have a security risk because they can't maintain the security.
Yeah, well,
But that's because they're too nosy.
Like kind of wasting the money of the country you live in.
Well, I think it serves them right because they really shouldn't be spying on you. Unless they have ample cause. And anything that I would do would not give them ample cause.
I had a 5-hour drive, you know, with there's like only 2 degrees higher in the army, you know, that you could gain. Guy in the back that I was driving 5 hours to a meeting where we're going to, you know. And
Reminds me, I should put this Discord on a watch list by posting every single like trigger word in the book.
And the funny part is that, you know, I got a bit amazed that I knew stuff, you know, like national security stuff that I shouldn't be knowing.
I mean, it's really easy. Loose lips sink ships. It's true.
No, it's there is some stuff, you know, that's just by going, you know, and being like I've been a mountain rescue, you know, avalanche and stuff like that, and I go so much in the mountains that I, you know, stumble upon stuff, and you know.
I love that. Oh,
Hey,
man.
what is this door? You know.
Why is this door locked? Oh my god. Let's check that out.
I mean, it's not that hard. It's called unrestricted satellite access.
Oh, you wouldn't see that from satellite, dude.
Oh, no, not everything.
Yeah. That was. It was also because of.
I don't
you know,
understand why they make some bases that look like faces. That's weird stuff.
Yeah.
That's probably for the same reason why some places have what look to be keys built into the infrastructure of cities.
Building that doesn't have actual doors or windows. They just look like doors and windows, but it's not actually functional.
Yay! That sounds like fun. What is this? You just put a post-it note on the door, and it just says game rendering in progress.
No, but
Just leave it
no,
there.
but no, but there's like a lot of country actually has that. It can be like a pump house or like a, you know, like a connection point for data cables or stuff like that.
Hmm.
And instead of making a like just a square with a small door, they make it look like a proper building, so it wouldn't look bad in the
Stand
city.
out. Yeah.
There's a lot of those buildings. But you actually have to have a keen eye to actually find them. If you know.
Gotcha. Silver, gold. Let's see. So we're going to do this inventory. We're going to go to cargo. Pull this out. Pull all the iron out. Pull the gravel out. So I have silver, gold, and somebody has platinum.
Does Finland have a king? I didn't think.
Maybe it's only prime minister they have.
It's like, I mean, technically England's king is still active, right? I mean, Canada still is under the king's realm, and they pay what? They pay dividends to England. So as much as they cope and they say they don't have a king, they have a king.
Doesn't England have a queen instead?
Well, they did, but then that queen died.
Yeah.
So I think they have a king now again.
Yeah, you might be right.
Because it turned from the queen's. I think if you double check, it went from queen's chair to king's chair, and if it did, that means that the current authority is a male. At least with regards to their legal system. Now, the way the law is practiced these days, I think we merit a new categorization. We
Now,
should
Finland,
start calling it traditional law. That is, law that's interpreted a certain way because of tradition, not necessarily because it's valid, but because of tradition, which is distinct from common law.
Finland had the king, but it's not a kingdom anymore. I googled it.
I mean, they might still have a king. It's just depending on whether or not it's publicly known is a different thing because of how this crazy world works.
Yeah, it is a crazy world.
Depending on who you ask, Hitman World of Assassination is a documentary. Crazy world, right?
Last crazy guy isn't born yet.
Yeah, no. The way I deal with information is if it's above my pay grade, I just say it to people who have more likelihood of being within the pay grade, and then if it's useful, they take it, and then they use it. I don't need to know any information. Just need to play elevator.
I had a long discussion with a guy that was in a nuclear submarine in America.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. You know. I caught on that he was on submarines by what he knew about my country.
That's always fun, right?
Yeah, because he wouldn't have known that without being like listening underneath the ocean outside. It's like
Hello there. That's fun.
he got a bit pale when I said, oh, so because he was like, oh, so you served, you came into that. He said, yeah, I served also in the Navy, and he didn't say what, He didn't we start talking about my country and stuff, so I'm like, oh, so you served on a nuclear, submarine, and he went pale, dude.
I didn't say that.
All deduction. No, yeah, it's like you don't have to say that particular detail because it's like deduction can still be made, and it doesn't necessarily break clearance either because the way the laws are set up are just you can bypass them basically. You can bypass any clearance by method of what I call the spirit of the law.
Yeah, but it's not it's not a thing that's classified that you served on a submarine.
No, what's classified is the location, where, when, that stuff. Depending.
Yeah. Like
So location, Finland, that would be classified. But
that his submarine was outside Norway, okay, that was maybe classified. But us talking about it since, we never said when he served or, and he never actually denied or said that he, so,
so therefore it's fine. That's the funny part. Yeah, again, as I said, the spirit of the law bypasses all law. A great example of this, like if I had the opportunity to form a country, I would probably have a law, and then I would have a justification built within the law, and then the law would only be upholdable through a jury through the justification.
Yeah.
So, a great example, bikes. Wear a helmet in order to wear a helmet when riding a bike. Justification. This law is intended for the safety of the individual, for the purposes of safety and security. Okay, a fire breaks out. Dude does not wear the hat. Why? Because he's going to stop a fire. So he decided to go do his thing without it. Jury comes up. Okay, did he fulfill the justification? Yeah, because he stopped the fire, which would have caused a safety hazard. Ding, 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 ding. All right, write that in the record. That's how I would do law. That's my preference.
Yeah, it's like the guys up in the the cedar forest with the big trees. The watch up there had a, park.
Don't know enough. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, we were talking about I was talking with one of them, and because we were too close to where they had their house, and that one was like, you cannot take pictures and stuff. So we came into the why, the how, and how different it was here. Because over here you could go to the dam. My country, you can go to the dam without passing any gates that says you cannot enter. You can take picture of the dam, no issue. Some dams, most of the dams actually, you can go and visit it without a guide or anything. But over there it was like, oh no, you cannot go because of security. And it's like, oh, so I'm not supposed to know where the telephone line, the water line, and stuff to your building go, And he's like, look weird at me, and I'm like, dude, if you're a bit you build stuff, you could definitely, think that, okay, the house is there, the drain is there. Most likely they put the telephone line, the water line, and stuff in the ground approximately here. You don't even need to be a
beaten engineer.
Yeah, you just common knowledge, It's the same. They say, oh, we have to protect our dams, and the drinking water. To actually do some harm with that, you would need multiple lorry trucks. It's not about one guy going, looking at the dam, leaning over the dam to have a look, He wouldn't be able to have anything in his pockets that could actually be harmful, because it would be so diluted. We'd need lorry trucks of stuff. that makes some of the rules, especially in America, I think, a bit overkill. Like, I went to look at Hoover Dam, and I was not allowed to enter because I had like 3 or 4 firework in the car, dude. Like, that is gonna blow up the dam, dude. Oh no, you cannot go to Hoover Dam because you have 2 crackers, firecrackers, in your car.
Well,
That's fine. I'll just give them to you. Here.
No,
Confiscate them.
No, dude, I was not allowed to do that. The only thing I was allowed to do is turn around, back up, further away, put it somewhere, and then come back. That was the,
Oh, they wouldn't even confiscate on as an option. Interesting.
No, they stop you far enough, and they actually ask you, and since I was honest and said so, he gave me the option of, But for me, that was like a bit too much, dude. What am I gonna do with a, firecracker?
You're gonna start a fire right next to the dam. What you're gonna do is you're gonna light up the forest. You're going to commit a crime of arson, and then that's going to somehow burn down the bridge.
The dam? The concrete
Yep.
dam?
Somehow.
Yeah.
Yep. So what you're gonna do is like you're gonna basically somehow you're gonna randomly find a tanker that's parked next to the bridge or the dam, and it's gonna be conveniently near a tree that you can kindle that will somehow fall onto the tanker and be able to explode it before anybody has time to be able to manage it. So therefore, we need this as a matter of security and national security. No. All right.
Yeah, it's like the one gun I still have at home. Yay! It's legal while it's at home, but if I take it outside, it's illegal.
Don't worry. So if it's legal when you take it out, what you do is actually you just want to make a crank gun instead of an automatic. Put a flywheel in it.
No, it's more but good.
What's up? Oh, it's just a bolt action.
Okay, the gun, it's a Smith and Wesson revolver starting pistol.
I gotcha.
So, because it's not red on the tip, it's illegal outside. So if
Okay.
I take a bucket of paint red and I dip the tip of the barrel, suddenly it is legal outside again. But as long as I keep it inside, it's legal.
So what happens if you paint the whole gun red? Then technically the tip is also red.
Yeah.
So then it's legal. It's just red.
Yeah. No, I'm not sure. I do know that the tip needs to be. I'm not sure if it would be allowed if the whole gun. Every toy here. Even like okay, I do have like a air gun. And that one, to be legal shoot outside, it actually has red tape on the tip of the barrel.
Yay!
Yeah, it's like, dude.
Let's see. Silver, platinum. What's the next one? I got ice over there. Oh, I got another cluster behind me. Okay.
So if I bore up the barrel, because it's a 9mm, it just has a air vent on top, it would actually function as a revolver. But would it still be illegal if I then paint the barrel and red? Who's to say if you have a real gun and just paint it red?
Yeah, it's dumb rules because it's like it's only for those that would perform things legally that they're actually stopping. Because if I were a criminal, I guarantee you, painting that thing a different color is something I would probably do if I intentionally did not care. Because that would be clever for the purposes of confusing the targets. and would be useful for sabotaging their interest. And thus would give me an edge in combat to obviously take out a potential interest. But then that's why that law is dumb. Because it doesn't do anything.
You know fuel for RC plane? Like it's has some nitroglycerin in it. You know, it's like naphtha or whatever it's called. That actually gets registered at the police station when you buy it. You have to fill out a form every time you buy some. Hooray! Yeah, it's like... I was shooting at the same club as, you know, the guy who actually makes, you know, the license, you know, your license for the gun. In my region.
Yeah.
And we had a
That's always fun.
discussion. Yeah, we had a discussion at the club about that fuel. And most of us, like, a couple of us at the same time. Yeah, but wouldn't it just be easier by chemistry set and actually making the nitroglycerin than distilling it from the fuel? And he looks weird at us and like, yeah, I know you know, but you know, there's still like stupid rules. It's so stupid.
Yeah, pretty much. Silicone. What do we have here? Silicone. That's just a silicone rock. Pathetic. Alright, we're going to the next target. That's iron. So don't need really head to that one. That one might have what I'm looking for. Jump drive? Do I have a jump drive? I don't have a jump drive on this. Okay.
So I got backward, forward. Oh my god, up and down. God damn it.
Oxygen, hydrogen tank, gyro, and the goblet.
I found the platinum silver, I found the ice, I found the iron, silver, uranium, cobalt. Now I just need, what is it?
Nickel,
No, nickel I can get from stone.
titanium.
I don't think we have titanium in
No,
this
no,
world.
sorry, yeah, sorry.
Iron, ice. I'm looking for magnesium and one other.
Had platinum.
I have platinum.
Gold.
Gold. Yep. Gold's the last one. I need magnesium and gold. And then I will have everything mapped out that's necessary in this sector.
It's a bit... In a way, it's a bit boring that I have so much because, you know, it's a bit relaxing to go mining.
Mm-hmm. So I got platinum here. Really, there's platinum. So ice, platinum. That's what I got. I don't need this deposit.
I had some...
'Cause it's like,
Before we changed universe, I had some amazing spots. Mining. I
Gotcha.
had two asteroids 12 kilometers apart. That the total value of those two asteroids was 114 point something million of
Didn't they change
All.
the value of all asteroids?
No. There's still some hidden features on this one too.
Okay.
There is like a huge uranium deposit in this world. Like I think before we changed the universe, we had one that was at least a couple of billions. One area.
Okay, so I at least have iron on this. What else do I have? Iron and ice. Pointless. Okay.
And there is actually a deposit on this universe also that is, you know, one area, a couple of 100 million uranium, at least, if not more.
Gotcha. Right now I'm flying around until I reach 10 hydrogen. Then I'm gonna go back to Basin Park. Because I think I have an elite hydro.
You're not flying in the starter ship, I hope.
No, it's a basic hydrogen tank. No, it's one that Zeph made, one of his cargo miners. I'm gonna make my own ships pretty soon. I'm just grabbing a bunch of resources and bringing it to the base for auto refinement.
How many refineries did you
Iron.
set up? Ocean, how many refineries did you set up?
We got like, I think about 6 elite.
Okay.
6 tier 3.
Now that you are you can actually have 10 each.
Ten of like each type, or
No, 10 refineries each, so 20.
each person? Okay.
No, 10 for each person, right? But yeah, all in all, you can have 20.
No. Yeah, but he could have a grid with 30. If he has 3 players.
Yeah, but wouldn't mine count even at their base?
Technically, it depends how you refer to it. If he's in a different sector, you can place down your refineries over there too.
Yeah, okay.
But technically,
Okay.
the admin doesn't want you to have like if you have 3 players, let's say you have 3 players in your faction, you could place down. I'm not saying you should, because the admin is gonna be a bit angry at this. But you could technically, you have one station with 38 refineries. Your 2 other friends have, 30 refinery in each their own sector. But it's all so you all have 3 sets of refineries. But at that point, if you do that, because you can have multiple bases, so you could also have an assembly station with 30 assemblers. Not that you're gonna ever need that, because you need more refineries than assembler at lower tier. But the admin is gonna frown upon it. But what they've told me is that they're gonna accept you having a couple of them over. Like, I had my full set, and I went to a planet just for, a while, and I started with the rover, and I built myself up, and I had an extra set there. Because, I wanted to do something else for a little while.
But oh yeah, okay. So in theory, you could have your 10 refineries on the planet, and you could have 10 refineries in space.
As long as it's a different sector, you could, but he doesn't want you to have that for a long time of period. But he will accept, like, he's not gonna say anything that I have 2 extra assemblers on my roaching ship, because when I'm at roach, my grid with my 10 doesn't run anyway, because it's unrendered. Or if you go to like a, you don't hang in your station, but you go to a planet to have a bit fun, and you bring a ship with a refinery and an assembler just to, build a station, and then like, let's say you have your PvE base, and you go to a PvP planet, and to make it a bit easier, you just bring a refinery and assembler, a miner, and it would be easier to just go mine some stone and get the normal resources than transporting everything. They're never gonna say anything about that, but they definitely don't want you to keep like an extra set rendered in because your friend is there 24/7 for a long time of period. But of course, if you're abusing other stuff at the same time, they then might do something about it. If you're high lag profile, you have some bullshit, let's say gravity drive, and you have way too many LCDs, and your grid is 40k in 2 different sectors, they're definitely gonna do something about it.
I'm having a hard time finding gold. Oh well.
Gold is a bitch.
You have plushies.
Plushies.
It's like I can find uranium, no problem, but gold is actually the difficult one for this
Energy
map. I don't understand
low.
it.
Yep. I had the best one ever when I started this server. I usually have a decent start on any server I go. I have enough hours for that, that I know what I'm doing. I couldn't for the best of me find uranium.
I found a few.
Yeah, but the thing is, if I just put on a better ore detector, there was actually uranium, deeper spots on that planet I was starting on.
Gotcha.
So, just by my base, there was actually uranium. If I just, didn't go try to be cheap and not upgrade my ore detector way, I would have found it way faster.
This just has ice. Probably should just map out everything in this area.
Yeah, I always do the same. First time I come to a new area, I map shit out. I map everything out like that's in the area.
Like, I don't even care if it's like something I'm not going to use. I'm just going to map everything. I don't care if it's duplicates. I'm just going to rename this folder to Aurora or around Aurora.
So are you mining on the planet or in space?
In space, because that has all the resources.
Yeah.
And you can warp.
Yeah.
Mining on the planet is a dumb idea. I see no scenario where mining on a planet is more efficient.
Yeah, well, depending on what you're after, to be honest.
Possibly. Possibly.
There's only 2 fast ways of starting on this server. And one is actually mining on the surface of a planet.
Nice.
But that is only to get ice, so you have enough ice on board on the starting ship, so you can go to space and actually, because ice is scarce. So actually,
No, it's not scarce. I found a few patches of ice.
Yeah, but they're not always that easy to find. If you take a starter ship,
1,
the
2,
planet,
3. I have an ice comet actually.
yeah, I have multiple of them. But if you want to have a safe start, you start on a planet with the starter ship. It's gonna be the same as the one in the space, and you just start on a planet that has ice, and then you mine that ice and you fly up to space. Then you have a sure start, because that ship runs on ice, even power-wise. You know, you're not gonna have issues. But the fastest way actually to go, but then you need a lot of experience, is to actually start in PvP and actually farm the NPC there, because those are vanilla NPC.
So we have nickel and silicone, which I'm never gonna need. Just name it just in case. We're looking for gold, looking for gold.
You know that you could buy gold?
Why buy gold when you could just mine 1,000?
Yeah, but you could actually buy it in ingots.
True. That's cool. If that's the case, I might look into that. How much can you get, and can you sell the resources to get it, I'm guessing?
The thing is, you wanna, you know, when you kill yourself, there is like a starting option that's called, like, it's owned by Caliban, the admin.
Not
It's in
familiar.
the, okay, if you kill yourself, there is only one spawn point. When you hover over the spawn point, it's like owned by Caliban. And then you spawn there, and then you can go to different, it's the trading area. You can actually go, just stream it, I'm over there anyway.
No, smash my ship. But luckily no damage. How do I not do that? I'm surprised I haven't like smashed the ship yet.
Hey, have a look at this. This
I
is
found the
vault.
magnesium.
This is the vault trading station.
Take a look. 1 sec. Nice.
Yeah, I had some small parts of helping here on this one. So you would dock on not the red one, but the green one. It has an LCD that says, you know, ores, change table, you know, and prices. And you would go to this side. First you have to press the start, the button to start it. And then you would go buy ingots. Let me get my HUD up so I can actually see. You have a...
Oh, is this a barter station?
Yeah, it's a play-owned one. buy SI components.
Is this like you give them more ore than you would get ingots, and then in exchange you just get the ingots immediately?
No, you would get more ingots than you actually can by yourself. Because the station actually has tellurium refineries. So you
Nice.
said like gold. We go to gold. You get from one tech, you get 7.4k gold ingots.
Wow. Okay, that's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah. And has he? I think he stopped buying ore. But you have different other trading stations over here. Most likely there is one buying ore. He just stopped because, he doesn't need anymore. He just, he's filthy rich. He's so rich that I could show you a glitch here. He's so rich that you can go to the ATM. Let's take out $1 million. You put the $1 million in here. And then you say, okay, I wanna gamble for the most amount that I can. And you put it on repeat mode. And you never lose.
What?
Let's get a gambling machine.
Yeah, he has
That's
to.
great.
But they said that you definitely win every 7 time.
Okay.
So if you have enough to start off with, you're never gonna lose. I played here so many times and I always came out on top.
He hasn't banned you from the casino.
Yeah. No, I helped the guy to build it, so, and it has like stuff like this. If you go around, there might be like, hidden treasures, like he usually puts sometimes stuff in. I do too when I go by, I put some space credits here and there. Just for
Have
fun.
fun.
It has like different. I used to have, I don't know why, I used to have a VIP spawn area. I have to DM him why I'm taking off the VIP.
You're making too much money off of gambling.
No, the thing is that, not building the station per se, but small amounts, like, yeah, you should definitely do like this, and, like maybe, like small stuff like, dude, why don't you use like, more like beams or, like cut it up more like not just flat. Because you can see his cargo, you can see like over here is his assemblers, his refinery, and if you take the welder, you would see like that's fully tellurium with tellurium modules. But don't try to connect to the. You see, there's a, like a red one with a, that's for him to use when he comes for maintenance. The other side you need to go to. You see? There's graphite grid, zone chips, This one, there's zone chips, dude. Let's see. 15 zone chips. And you can actually buy components, like if you, let's say you wanna buy so that's gonna be exotic tech, buying graphite grid, you have like gamma mesh refractory leap tubes, all kinds of stuff, even zone chips, even have like normal components that you could buy.
By chance, are any of those scripts on the workshop?
No. No. This script is not. No way. Not
Gotcha.
as good. Not as good as this one. That's like. You would have to pay like a Telerium to actually get that. To get somebody to get that up. You see, I'm ahead now. 1.12.
The barter one, the barter script.
Yeah, the barter script is not foolproof. There is some on the workshop, but you can definitely bypass and fuck the station over if you know what you're doing. You know, like a bit like me. You know, I have way too much knowledge. You know.
Gotcha.
And I'm not.
Yeah, it's
and I'm
like for
not-
me, it's like I would love to have something where it's like you fill a little bit of cargo in there, you have a filter, it checks the weight. Maybe I'd do it with like event blocks so it's harder to break.
Yeah, but still, you can break. It doesn't work properly.
Yeah, the idea
like-
though is like I'd like to have something where it would be designed to oh shoot, I'm low. All right, I'm gonna have to.
Like I foolproof tested his station, you know, as a friendly thing, you know. Like he put stuff in my ship and I tried to cheat out his station and, you know, he would trust me enough for that. But dude, I'm getting close to 18,000 hours in this game and I've been admin a couple of servers. I mostly know most of the tricks, if not exactly how it's done. I know enough that I could find out if I wanted to. But a lot of stations are not as good as this one. Because this one even gives you, like, if you try to buy something, it's gonna give you the amount of cargo room that you're gonna need to buy it. So you don't fuck it up and, you know, buy so much that you can't even put it all in your ship.
Gotcha.
But the owner of the station, of course, is the most filthy rich one in the whole server. You know.
What the? Why? What?
Because like
No. I was like, my thrusters decided to stop working. Fix ship. There we go.
but it's only possible to do a station like this because of having Telerium refineries give you so much more yield with Telerium yield modules. That, you know, if I buy your gold, you know, let's say I buy 1k gold and you would get like half of that in ingots normally in your refinery. I could still give you, for the 1k of gold, I could give you 1k ingot and still make profit.
Yeah, because of the Telerium.
Yeah. And that's how, you know, this station has been out for more than a year on the server. And the best way back for long term, it was to sell your ore, buy the ingots, and focus only on assemblers, upgrading those to the max. Whenever you had your 10 assemblers Telerium, with Telerium modules, then you would consider not buying, you know, selling your ore, but actually refining at home and using the tech for refineries.
Oh, there's the ice. Okay. So I need to manually mine some ice. I don't know why, but like my hydrogen tank wasn't getting the proper display in the menu. Like it says I have 7 hydrogen, but I have 0.
Oh, weird.
I have never seen that before. That messed me up because I was relying on that.
And when you build your station, the math is insane. How you could have 30 refinery elite with 10 assembler and it would barely feed it. If you know, like your 10 refinery is not gonna feed your 10 assemblers. But when you go to Telerium, you can have like 2 Telerium refineries for like 15 assemblers Telerium.
Yeah, at that point I may as well just go for power saving at that point.
Why?
Because then power saving will just save the energy needed to produce the materials. Power saving modules work well at that point, I guess.
No, you
It's
get
not.
so much more out of the ingots if you're refining uranium. That
You
would
just
make
do
sense.
yield. So it makes
All
better
yield.
to just do yield. All yield.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
For refineries on this server, you wouldn't use anything else than yield. If you wanna use stuff for power, you would actually make a solar panel in Telerium.
So I don't use 2 speed and 2
No,
yield
you're
on
losing.
my
No.
elite.
No. All the math says only yield on refinery. Because if you put 1k, you make 4 refineries. One with 1 yield, rest speed, and then, you know, all the way to all yield, and you put 1k ingot, ore in each of them.
Yeah.
You would see that, you know, you're gonna need to put more than 1k. You would see that you're getting less ingots per minute if you're not using all yield.
Okay.
But with the speed one, you're just burning more ore at the same time that you're getting less ingots.
Yeah.
And that's true for all the ores, except the ones that's bullshit to get anyway, like iron and stuff. And for how long are you really refining iron or, you know, the bullshit ores?
Oh, for
Yeah.
iron, I would just do a speed, all speed. That's just because of building. Like maybe just have one Tellurium dedicated to iron. Just do max speed.
No, dude. If you have Tellurium stuff, you go roaching and you don't mine iron.
Yeah, I mean, there's no point in doing iron if you can just get steel plates, right?
Yes. I was disassembling everything when I was at elite stuff, okay? Before I went over to we didn't have Prosonic and Tellurium back then.
Yeah, getting a bunch of iron might be good for like starting a base, but after a certain point,
Do you know how much iron I ejected out of my station in 3 months?
Too much.
12 billions of it in
Yeah.
3 months.
To save storage space.
Yeah, but I was getting so much iron because I was disassembling everything.
Yeah, for me, it's like right now I'm utilizing a lot of the iron to build stuff. I'm actually going to use it for a blast door frames just to make sure that things don't get destroyed on my ship.
Yeah, so I had so much of iron, you know, and I had a guy who did a decent guy, but a bit like, he's nice, but he's a bit annoying, you know, like trying always to be right and, you know. So I did a good trade with him with uranium and stuff, but what he didn't know when I went and did that, that I actually knew that he had easy on board. So I had a cargo, you know, a couple of cargo full of iron ingots. That wasn't like locked, so I filled up his station with iron ingots.
Trolled with iron. Dedicated iron ejector now. Drop, drop, drop.
Yeah.
Alright, block limit, update, my limit. I guess I could do my limit.
Well, thanks for the advice. I just put all yields on my.
The only two other options is for your assemblers. That's speed and power.
Okay, I only,
You know.
I only do speed.
Yeah. And make sure that you have enough power when you start upgrading beyond elite, because they are like 100 times more thirsty for power. Elite one.
Okay, ship size 40,000 blocks. Oh, does it automatically stop when I actually hit the limits, by the way? Do I have to actually check check the list?
Which list?
For like block limits, because I don't see a PCU limit, and I know they have like, was it 40,000? They say 40,000 block limits for ship size limit.
And yeah, that's for station size limit, but
Well, for both station and ship
Yeah.
size, it's 40,000 each.
yeah. But there's also the production block.
Oh, by the
Limit.
way, have they changed the limit of O2 H2 generators?
There are production blocks, but there isn't a limit per player. So you could have like a refilling station that's like 30 O2 generators. So I took out 1 million now of space credits, and I'm up 1.8 million space credits. So let's take 1 million out.
Monies.
I understand this limit. It says large refinery industry 32, and then also says 16 next to it. And it also says 8 times, and also 4 times.
But can
Okay, the 8 times is the elite one, 4 time is the rare one.
Okay.
It's just different, you know.
Okay. The limit is 10. All grids 10. Okay. Player limit, faction limit is false. Grid limit is also false. So it's 10 per player. Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably be making a, something where I just have a ship that can be warped around that can just take all the materials, refine it. That way, if I need to go from point A to point B, I can.
See how nice of a dude I am? I'm putting 430,000 space credits in each of the machines, so people can go just come and trade, gamble, just for fun.
Yes, gamble, guarantee win, then just gain infinite wealth from the resources that are infinitely stacked.
Can you use those space credits for anything?
Yeah.
What?
At some station you can actually buy stuff from space credits. Like if you go to
Inflated economy.
this machine, you see, I could go here, buy exotic tech for 400,000 space credits.
Okay.
So I could gamble, and I could buy like just by my winnings. I could now buy 3, 4.
4 exotic tech?
Yeah.
Go away.
You know, so I could like, okay, let's find whatever I put stashed
So,
everywhere.
like to be like, it's not worth the time, right?
Depends if you're new, you know. have to have it
Well, if you're the only one at the station too, you could technically just AFK farm the gambling machine.
Yeah, I could, you know. But then again, I could just go to Roach and get more there.
Yeah.
Or I could just
Roaching
like
just gets you more because the NPCs are going to have elite on them.
Yeah.
yeah, but I could buy elite here. I was talking about elite I could buy. But then again, I could just go to Card Point too, you know. I could do what everybody thinks people like me are doing. Just build a Telerium, you know, warship and go to Goth.
Real
How-
limit, grinder limit.
But that wouldn't
Well,
be fun.
Build
way
and repair
more.
limit. Oh, I only have 2 I can place
it's
down.
fun
That's
until you lose
bad
it the first time, right?
per player.
No,
so
no. The
only
thing is,
2.
like, people that has like similar amounts than me, like Bastard and stuff. I'm maybe richer than him by a small amount, but he goes with ships that's like common or rare. Because his knowledge actually makes it a more fair fight and more fun for him. You know, it's not cool or fun to be able to just sit there and let your ship do everything automatically because it's so overpowered that it actually could. More or less.
Why is there a grid limit for all these refineries and stuff? You just have one grid that has all of the refinery and assembly.
Yeah, but you can only have 10 assemblers, 10 refineries. That's 20 production block.
Yeah,
Then you-
it
then
would
you're
only be
left-
if you wanted an oxygen farm and a hydrogen tank, but
Yeah, but you can still have
Yeah.
10 oxygen generators.
yeah, you could have 10 oxygen generators and then you just tanks. You don't even really need a hydrogen farm because ice.
And
So,
And if you
but
you
yeah,
build
no,
it-
that's it. You're right.
and if
you
you
cover
used up and if you used
What is an
upgra-
MAO2?
if you used upgradable O2
Mm-hmm.
generator and put speed modules on it, because ice is easy to do if you have at least the ice roid and you're in
Mhm.
space, you definitely don't need any more than that. There's no way of you using up all your hydrogen at that point if you have 10 of them.
I see. So it's also 10 reactors as well. Interesting.
Yeah, 20 batteries, 10 hydrogen engines for power.
Mhm.
That's actually
reactor grid limit grid. It's 10.
that's
Sonic Beryllium reactor.
but
6.
there's a difference though. Reactors and batteries and engines are per grid. Same with O2. Well, O2 is production block, it's not a limit per grid.
Mhm.
So you can have your 10 reactors in every grid you have.
Yes. Just set up a string of connected items that look like they're separate ships, but are just in the hangar bay of a big ship.
No. That's really gonna put you in trouble.
Not if it looks cool.
No. The admin are actually searching for people super gridding on this server.
It's not super grid if it's on a connector, and if they have a problem, it can always go in the hangar.
But they will hunt you down for stuff like that. They do that regularly. If you're going bypassing the grid limit by super gridding or, you know, ships connected, the only way you can avoid that is to come to your main station with, like, let's say a ship that has 30 O2 generators, like my transport ship had, and I was there just to, you know, move stuff, work on my ship, and then I hangar it afterward, you know? He's not gonna say anything about that if you're online. But if you go offline and it stays there, you're gonna get in trouble. NPCs that.
Yeah, it's either that or if it's like a station, like on a planet, and then you just have landing pads.
No.
They're not going to think about it. It's all relative. It just depends on the nature of the human.
Yeah, you're talking about making a station with max power and then connecting a warship with max power on the landing pad to get more shield.
I don't know if I'm going to do that for more shield. I might do that for just playing, was it, in the PvP sectors? I might do that for that. And then just be like, oh yeah, that's my guns. And then just shoot everybody that's in the area. With that. I mean, it's either that or I just, you know, you have 2 bubbles. So what do you want? Shield never goes down.
I wonder how many wind turbines you can have.
I think it's the same thing.
I don't think there's a limit on wind turbines, or if there is.
And I'm betting they still work underneath ground.
I
More
think
than
there's like some. I don't know if this server has a rule against mining underground or not.
No, I'm not talking about mining underground.
We have an
long as
Epstein drive. What?
Yeah,
As long as it's in
got a
your
lot
shield
of SD
bubble, then
drives.
they're not going to be able to mine there.
Try looking at the one called
Calamari.
Silversmith.
Prohibited Epstein drives. So
Silversmith.
there's some drives we can't even place. Interesting.
What do you mean?
Oh, it says prohibited Epstein drive. So like the ARYLX Mega Epstein Drive 5. It says there's a limit 0 for all grids.
Oh, yeah, it's probably in testing or on NPC.
I don't know if it's on an NPC. I guess it's something that I'm gonna have to roach off, but keep alive, and then just merge block it onto my grid, right? Oh boy.
We have the, you know, the, what is it called? All the special blocks.
Jump inhibitor.
No, Prototech.
Gotcha.
That
I
you
don't
have-
even know, are Prototech even really better at that point because of the mods?
Yeah, no, the server no.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
The only thing is that the jump drive has a really much nicer animation. So you might use that on a ship, a transport ship, and have that as your main, because it's still gonna use the other ones to add on to the distance you can jump, and you would still get a way nicer animation with way better sound.
Capital class stations. Interesting. Station only. So there's some guns that are only allowed to be on stations. This server has a lot of weird restrictions. Interesting.
I think it's for balancing.
Yeah, you can have more guns on a station than you can a ship.
Yeah, I understand what they're doing, why they're doing it, but at the same time, limits are meh.
Yeah, but if there was no limits to it,
Energy
it would be
low.
the same.
Yeah.
Like somebody had like, what was it, like an insane amount. I think it was 18 station loaded in Roach, you know, as defensive grids to hunt NPCs. And at that point, if you went there with 2 people, it was, you know, in a different group, it was unplayable in Roach because of that. for the group that made like so many defensive grids on in an area on a PvP planet, you had no way of defeating that.
There are ways, but it's not easy.
No, they colonized the whole planet more or less.
Cool.
And the issue is, it's a cool idea, but when you fly and there is like, let's say, 10 grids there that starts firing lasers, the sim speed goes so way down.
Oh, world's unloading. What?
That's
it's a
restart time.
Restart time, yeah.
Every 4 hours.
Yeah, that's what I get for never paying attention. Makes sense. Every 4 hours, Space Engineer's code is too broken and needs a restart.
No, I would like to know how often he like do a hardware reboot, to be honest.
Now and then.
Because like the amount of memory leaks that are on Space Engineer servers is kind of like, yeah.
The restart is an
Fuel
actual restart
critical.
of the server.
No, it's only the software. There's no
Nope.
way he could start up a server, a hardware reboot in the amount of time.
What?
Yeah,
Unless he's using different servers to host, like different computers, like a server
Yeah.
rack. But yeah,
No, he has multiple, not racks, but PCs per se, or
yeah, but
we call them
yeah,
the
but you
lobbies.
couldn't like you couldn't
The
hardware
lobby-
reboot as fast a server this fast. So he's only rebooting the software, I think.
What do you mean by hard?
You know,
think
hardware,
actually-
the server software.
Yeah, but I think he actually turns off and on the PC because the lobby is a different PC.
Yeah, okay. Holy fuck.
he doesn't have to turn off the lobby at all. He could just keep that on pretty much on a constant, just have a bunch of cleanup.
Now the lobby still has a restart too, but at a different time.
Maybe he's running virtual machines.
No. So much.
See that hurry, he has a stupid amount of computers.
Yeah. You even have a generator connected.
For power
Yeah.
generator for oops.
You cannot get my computer turned off. There's no way. Power outage, no problem.
No, he got one when the power went out one time, but he still had, like, the internet would still be up, you know?
Holy fuck.
That's dedication.
Yeah.
So he actually bought one, so it's not automatically, so that's gonna be like, okay. I don't think it's set up automatically. It wasn't last, when I knew about what he had. I know he's done some hardware upgrades since, but I've not been following.
Proceeds to have the generator auto start up when power goes out in the building for a certain amount of time.
Maybe it's connected to an oops UPS.
Set up
No,
on just like a battery system. So battery is the reserve power. Keeps running.
Because this server has a, I would say, best feature ever for server-wise this size. He actually has the server at home, the owner. most other servers out there rent servers. From a
You agree to allow other players to find, attack, and otherwise ruin your bases and other ships without warning.
yeah.
Do we really need these kind of disclosures? Goodness.
Yeah, it's for all the idiots. Can your bases still be rated in PvP space when you're offline?
There's the offline protection.
Is there offline protection for your bases in PvP space?
No.
No. Yeah.
I wonder if he would ever consider having an anarchy server, like a vanilla anarchy server with Nexus set up. No rules except invulnerability, because invulnerability is gay. It's dumb. I don't know. Too many words mean too many things nowadays. Language changes.
He used to. I don't know if it still does. He used to have a red versus blue.
Please
Did
join
you
Discord, blah, blah. Okay, there we go.
To be honest, if you look at the server status, there's SI Universe and there's a vanilla Anarchy.
Oh, there is?
0 players on.
For Stone Industries or something else?
Now I'm looking in Discord for Stone Industry. If you look at the right side of it, it says, server status. It says that 11 out of 12 is up and running now.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And under there's a vanilla Anarchy, 0 players, same speed 1.
Interesting. I was thinking of getting a group that was very much into anarchy. Maybe I'd get them into there. Because they like doing all sorts of funny stuff with programmable blocks, like hacking other people's grids. And doing a lot of funny stuff.
To be honest, I don't know the rules or anything on that. I just,
If it says anarchy, it should be no rules. Or
Yeah,
extremely minimalist.
Yeah, but there's probably still block limits. For
Possibly.
performance. Like,
Possibly. It's either that or they just have a performance checker.
Like a Grim
They're
Fox
cool.
4. Yeah.
If they're cool, they'll have a performance checker that just basically turns whatever is causing an issue into a station.
Yeah, or like if you have too many programs running, it would just burn or turn
It'll
them
just
off.
fry it, yeah.
Yeah. There's probably some stuff like that, and also some grid limit on. I would, on Anarchy, there's probably still a piston, rotor, and merge, not merge block, mass blocks and stuff like that limit.
Yeah,
It depends on the server.
Server performance, right?
Yeah, but you're still gonna have some limits on those. How high they are, that's a different story. Like you wouldn't want somebody to make a huge battleship only running on gravity drive, you know, with a couple of hundreds mass blocks.
Or a skylift.
Yeah, and there's probably gonna be some limit.
See, what I'd do is I'd say no gravity drives, cling drives allowed, and then we'd have faster ships instead
Yeah,
with
but
better
how
performance.
Yeah, but then you have to take out mass blocks and spaceballs.
True, because how would you manage that? Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's either that or you have something where it's like after
Yeah.
so much gravity is applied, then it just doesn't work.
Yeah, but
So then
that's
it's
way.
diminishing
Yeah,
returns.
yeah, no, that's too difficult. But then comes the issue, and that's why we have mass blocks on this server. If you're building a rover that has a station, like a rover with a trailer with the station on,
Mhm.
For rovers you need mass blocks. Planets.
I guess you would have to have like a limit on how many gravity and mass blocks you can place
Yeah.
per grid.
So I would, out of my knowledge, I don't know if there is any limits at all, but I would think there is some,
For performance purposes, it's kind of really wanted to a certain degree. Yeah.
It's kind of necessary, right?
I'd have to check on the Anarchy server because if I could do clang drives without people complaining, that would be fun.
Dude. I was given, not me personally, but a group of us was given a server for free for a month.
Nice.
And that was like a new server provider that went and headhunted the admins and asked if we wanted to test for free his server provided, and we would get like the max you can ever get on a server. And he wanted us to stress test the server. 3 minutes, we crashed a rack, dude. We were like, I believe we were like.
You asked for it.
Yeah, but when you're picking like 12 admins or whatever, to go ham on a server provider, dude, we had clang drive wars on that server.
Oh yeah, that's,
Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah, but of course all of us knew how to build them to be stable enough that we could actually play.
Oh yeah. There's ways to do that.
Yeah.
There's the piston drives for gyro. I use piston I was actually thinking of using the piston drives where you smash a piston into a door, right?
Yeah.
I was going to be using that for my my artificial gyros for my 2 kilometer long ship that I was building.
Yeah, it's way more easy to use a pillar.
But yeah, I was just going to use a pillar piston with that, but with the door. But for actual momentum, I was going to use the rotors and the merge blocks.
Yeah, but you don't need the door. You can use a pillar. And smash the piston into the pillar.
Just smash the piston into the pillar versus having the pillar attached to the piston going into the door.
Yeah, you don't need the door at all.
Okay, that's probably more
yeah.
stable.
Yeah, it is. And
I'll just do that then next time.
And then we use, of course, we use gyros just to make it a bit more stable for a war.
Mm-hmm.
So we made rules, you only allowed 1 piston. Let's make warships with that and have a huge war. Because you can get speed on a decent ship with that. You just need one. If you're using gyros.
See, I'd use gyros and then I'd have multiple pistons for the purposes of churning.
Yeah, we had some wars where we had like so forward, up, sideways, but no down and no reverse, like, to make it more like a ship, you know, like an airplane ship kind of deal.
Fancy.
But that actually, when we were 5, 6 people with ships like that, that actually made it a bit difficult to play lag-wise already. But this is multiple years ago, though.
Just need to get one of those old computers that forces multi-coring, and then just run that for space engineers.
And to be honest, I had been admin for like a year
Nice silicone. Okay.
at that point, and the learning curve for us on that server to learn bullshit to try out, dude. That was like a criminal going to prison. It's a high school, for doing bad stuff. And that was really fun.
Yeah, I'd imagine.
Mhm.
Oh boy, the Aurora outer orbit's going to be pretty ridiculous.
How long have you guys played Space Engineers, actually?
2,700
Wow.
hours.
When they put in the hydrogen engine in the game, before they put it in, they put like up a testing server for that some people, no, not that many, but some had access to that to test it out before. I actually got the invite for that. That shit was so broken when they put it out there that you could not even, it was using so much